Hello everyone, and welcome to Ludo History. My name is Adam, as always, and happy Halloween! We are playing Castlevania Lament of Innocence. There may be some performance issues because it's emulating it. I do have a legal copy, don't worry. But that means the optimization is questionable. But let's just listen to this opening narration to start us off with, and then we'll get going.
Simply protected their lord's domains. However, with the reforms of the late 11th century, knights became protectors of the peace. They valued courage and honor.
So yeah, I'm really sorry for how crackly this is. I don't have a way to fix that, unfortunately. Futzing with audio settings won't do a whole lot. I can actually try. Let's see. Yeah, so it's trying to slow it down based off the thing. So we will... I'm not sure how to fix that.
Was said to be invincible.
It does. It's running at 68% speed right now, so it's just struggling.
Feared nothing and whose combat abilities were second to none. And Matthias Kronqvist.
So I'm sorry for that, but we can see kind of already some hugely ridiculous things. Namely, that these are the most Japanese anime-looking 11th century knights you have ever seen in your life.
Trusted each other completely. And they were bound.
Look at how anime they are. Also, 11th century, wearing super ermine cloaks like Henry VIII would. Nice.
Matthias, upon his return from a victorious campaign, it was news of the sudden
AC,
death
it's
of his
an
beloved
absolute
wife,
mess.
Elizabetha. Matthias's grief was
They are pretty boy knights. What did you really expect?
became bedridden. A year has passed since then. Thanks to Leon's efforts, their company remains proudly undefeated.
So, we're gonna get into the absolute galactic brain things here. Take here.
An army of monsters suddenly appears in Leon's domain. The Crusades are raging in the east, and since the church is focusing on fighting heathens rather than
Look at this absolutely massive brain things.
unauthorized battles. Leon wants permission
The
to
church,
sortie.
the Catholic Church,
Church has no
has the
intention of granting
right, ability, something to prevent
Matthias
honorable
struggles
knights
in
from
and tells
from
Leon
engaging in battles that
the appearance of the monsters
that threaten their domains, their granted lands,
who had the
which are
castle
secular and, you know,
eternal
their property.
night, and that Leon's betrothed, Sarah, has been kidnapped. And
You would think, Casey, but unfortunately Leon is one of these anime protagonists that is significantly too lawful good for his own good.
title to
Also,
rescue
huh?
his beloved.
Huh?
The forest
Why?
swollen
Why does he need to renounce his title?
as if it would rob away everything.
As if being a baron and
Moonlight provides
engaging in chivalric ideals of going and rescuing damsels in distress are somehow contradictory?
legend is about to begin.
So hopefully the performance will get better here. Otherwise I might uncap the frame rate, even though this will cause weird things to happen. If I uncap the frame rate, it will run it at about something in the vicinity of 150% speed. But this is Castlevania, Lament of Innocence. Chronologically, this is the first Castlevania game. This tells the forging of the Vampire Killer Whip. and kind of the origins of the Belmont clan's feud with Dracula. We saw a castle very briefly there before things went weird. I'll kind of let it run for a bit, and then I'll just keep tabbing it back to the opening title. But as we let this kind of run with some background stuff, just some initial thoughts there. That castle that we saw briefly is actually one of the most historically accurate castles in the entire Castlevania series, though obviously its insides is nonsense. For the most part, if you played like Symphony of the Night, or know the classic, or watched the anime, and know that very classic looking form of of Dracula's castle with all these really high towers, that is a type of castle known as a fantasy castle that is developed in the 18th century, most famously with Neuschwanstein. But wow, performance is really kind of a problem here. I may have to uncap some things. Okay, you can see it here. This one is a Gothic castle. This is a 13th or 14th century style, probably mid-14th century is kind of the height of building it. Something like Karlsteinhrad in the Czech Republic, outside of Prague, is a really, really, really good example of it. Oh no, math. Anyway, let's talk about some of the absolute wildness as I kind of get started here in the of that opening narration. So the first thing was the idea that, let's see, that sometime in the 11th century, kingships weakened and feudal lords took their place. So simultaneously, we've got an issue and a really cool thing. The issue is that feudalism, which is commonly conceived of as being this kind of pyramidal structure, with the king at the top, then dukes, then counts, then barons, then knights, and then peasantry. While there's a kind of a separate pyramid that is the Pope, archbishops, bishops, priests, the laity. This is not true. It is instead an absolute mess of individual contracts, promises, betrayals, negotiations, trying to make this whole thing work. Oh boy, look at these PS2 graphics. Early PS2. Oh, I should move this out of the way. Bye.
What just happened? I felt something strange.
Leon is such a pretty boy.
He must really like you.
We've got some big performance issues. Let's see what happens if I uncap the frame rate. Give me just a moment. This may make things go really weird.
I'm just an old man.
Hang on.
I just came to gawk at the man crazy enough to come here.
Disable frame limiting. Let's see what happens with this.
You don't seem like a monster.
Nope, that did nothing. Cool.
Of course not.
Optimization. What is
your
it?
name?
This is meant to run at 60 frames per second. It's currently running at 47, which is
Leon.
causing issues.
Leon.
This guy is...
You're not Baron Leon Belmont.
So yeah,
Just Leon Belmont.
the anime is strong.
given
The
up
anime,
on
everything is extremely
You,
powerful in this
old
game.
man?
I do like that he has colors.
My name is Rinaldo Gandolfi.
Gandalf. His name is
You
Gandalf.
can call me
His name...
Leon.
It's...
And I will
Yes, you
call
said that.
Rinaldo.
You said that,
Don't
Leon.
call me Lord. We're equals now.
As you wish.
Regardless, a creepy old man with a beard is
Please
Gandalf.
follow me to my
It's fine.
cottage.
I actually like
I want to talk to
him from the waist down. I like that outfit. From the top up, it went very anime with the blue and the bare chest. Anyway, though, feudalism is an absolute mess. But what is true is that for some parts of Europe, throughout the 11th
Wait
century,
here a moment.
things
something I want
went
to give you.
poorly for
Ronaldo,
kings.
can I ask you
The Capetian
something?
dynasty
What
in
is it?
France pretty much hit the
Why
weakest
are you
point it
living
would
in a
hit
place
in the
like
second half
this?
of the 11th century.
I have
And
unfinished
instead,
business with Walter Bernhard.
the
The
local
master of
dukes,
sword.
specifically the Duke of
Unfinished
Aquitaine,
business?
was the
Not
most
worth
powerful person
mentioning.
in France
I owe
by
him.
quite a lot. Another one who was
I
really
won't
powerful was, of
ask
course, the
any
Duke of
more,
Normandy,
but
i.e., the
you're
King
not
of
in
England.
danger
Because
living so
England,
close
the
to
king
him?
got, well, stronger for a bit, and then
It
the anarchy,
seems
in the early 12th century,
eternal life is extremely
the anarchy
boring.
hits with
He
Eleanor of
enjoys
Aquitaine
playing
and
at cat and mouse with the hunters that come here.
Stephen and Matilda
There's no way
dueling
he could
after
ever
the death of Henry
lose.
I.
He thinks
Right, I think it's Henry.
that,
No.
my
Which Henry is it?
helping
It's one of the
hunters
Henrys.
makes the game
Regardless, Matilda and Stephen
I
end up
see.
dueling, fighting in a civil war in the
But
12th
what do
century
you
for
mean
control of
by
England,
there
and that
being
kind of
no
tanks the power of
way
the monarchy for a
he
while.
could lose?
Vampires
But-
are loved by the night, and this forest is locked
in the
eternal
Holy Roman
darkness.
Empire, the Salian dynasty in the
It's never
11th century hits its peak, but by
Well, that may be
1194,
so,
or
but
sorry,
I
by
must go
1094,
ahead and
is
face
starting to lose power quite rapidly
Did
and
he
collapses in 1125.
Take someone precious.
Yes. He abducted
This is
my
also the time period of the investiture controversy, which overall takes power away
It's what he
from
always does when he starts
the
game.
takes power away
came
from kings
unarmed.
and gives it to the Pope, specifically the ability
Your
to
courage astonishes
appoint
me.
bishops, and therefore to, get the money and
do
ensure
have a
political
weapon,
allies among bishops.
Just not my sword. That belongs to the company.
The predecessor
I
to the
left
current
it
Pope,
behind
the
when I
current Pope
gave
is
up
Urban
my
II. His predecessor is Gregory VII,
Honest to a
and
fault.
Henry the
I
Lion
heard that many hunters have met their
and him
end
end
here.
up fighting
If that's the
quite
case,
aggressively,
getting weapons
with another
shouldn't be
Matilda
hard.
being involved, Matilda of Tuscany,
Take this
switching
with
allegiances throughout the 50 years
It
of the
will help
conflict.
you against monsters.
So, this is a really, really interesting take,
What is
and
this?
suggests some kind of historical
A
nuance.
whip made with alchemy.
Now I want to let this line play
It's
before I talk about the
stronger
next
than
thing.
Any dead man's discarded sword.
Look at how such a medieval trope that is. Whips made with alchemy.
I'm not familiar with that.
And then he just doesn't know it, which is amazing.
Not surprising.
Because in the 11th
field
century,
experiments with the principles of God's creation of the world.
not a bad summary of it actually.
The only person who
but-
truly understands it
By and large,
is Matthias.
in the 11th century, alchemy was not particularly popular. It is becoming more
I've
popular
known him
with the
longer
writings.
than you
Let's see.
have. His
We have
family
who?
has a book of secret arts.
Robert de
originally
Grosse
handed down
Testa should be soon.
Secret
Uh,
arts.
as should Albertus Magnus should be 12th century. So it's
course
starting to
not.
gain popularity and
Only a
achieve wide
handful of
recognition,
people in
but
this
it is
world know
not
about
at all implausible that
There are
a
some who
baron
consider
in
alchemy
France
to be
question
heresy.
mark
I see.
would not actually know
Are
what's
you
going
one
on
of them?
with that, with alchemy, and what the heck that word even means.
No.
It is an Arabic word too,
you're an
so it's only been
acquaintance of
recently at
Matthias,
this point
you're
introduced
trustworthy. will
to
use this
common
whip.
European vernaculars
Gratitude.
within the last generation or so of the time period of this game. Also, yeah,
Put
for
your
some
left
reason,
hand out.
Leon seems to think that
My
his
left
sword
hand.
is tied to his title
Like this?
of Spooky.
Don't move now.
Spooky. I don't know what's going on here. It's weird. Anyway. Let's see. He seems to think that his sword is tied to his status as a noble and not just a thing you can buy. I got nothing. You could buy a sword in the 11th century. They weren't even that expensive.
That should do it.
Yeah, clearly, we just did science. And for some reason, his...
The gauntlet is enchanted now.
Yeah.
A spell?
Some enemies' attacks release a special power.
Explaining the gimmick of the
If you
game.
block them with the gauntlet, you can gather that power.
What can I do with the gathered power?
You'll
Leon,
be able
Leon,
to use
please.
magical
Leon.
relics by releasing that power.
That is really not a thing that
Magical
happened,
relics.
Blues.
Right. Those who excel in magic can use them. I have cast the spells so that you can use them as well. I have some. You should be able to obtain them in the
Ooh,
castle
spooky relics. Yeah, swords, while
understand.
being gifted weapons, is kind of this stock trope
Right
of
this
being
is all
part
I can
of
do
the
for
Middle Ages. When you become a knight, you are gifted a sword. This happened a lot less often than you would
Ronaldo,
expect from how popular it is in media.
thank you.
You could just buy a sword. You are expected to buy your own, most of your own
The
kit.
door leading to his throne is guarded by 5 monsters.
So I will need to defeat them first.
That's right. That's essentially the test you must pass to fight him.
Oy vey.
What a bothersome.
Agreed, Leon. This
I
game is going to
told
be a
you
time.
before. To him, this is a game.
Also,
I
those are
realize that, but
If you have trouble,
those halberds
come
on the
back
wall
here
are not
anytime.
11th century by any metric.
They won't be free.
Also, is that a horned helmet in the
I'll
back?
keep potions on hand for you.
That looks suspiciously like
Thank you.
something.
I appreciate
Like a horned helmet in the back of that room. But yeah, ultimately that was a contrivance to get Leon his whip. Oh boy. Huh. Okay, what I'm going to do to improve performance here is I'm going to shrink the game window, and then I will kind of keep it at these dimensions, and then I will just scale it up on screen for you guys again, so that it fills the same area. But that's the only way I can think of to kind of speed up, help improve performance at this point, because it is running poorly. So, give me just a second here. Things might go weird. The game is currently running at 50% speed. So we'll just set it to be stock HD, 1920 by 1080, with a 4:3 aspect ratio, and then we will see how it runs. In the meantime, that means we will need to scale this up a bit. Oh, hey, why is the chat box here? Chat box, get back in your spot. Thank you, chat box. Voila. That should help the performance somewhat. It still is running a bit slow. Stop it. Still is running a lot slow. Let's see if it's just this room that runs slow. Please run faster. I know you're capable of it. Otherwise, I'll have to shrink it even farther. Okay, that's looking significantly better. It's currently running at 80... somewhere between 85 and 90% speed. So, we'll see. Ultimately, what this game does is it has a lot of extremely tiny rooms. In order to kind of help optimize things. So hopefully once we get inside, it will work somewhat better. Oh, by the way, also Super Maxi, thank you for the follow right before our stream started.
Sarah, wait for me.
There we go. Finally.
I'm coming to save you.
So Leon's design here looks absolutely freaking nothing like 11th century anything. It doesn't look like medieval anything. It's a very much Japanese anime imagining of the Middle Ages, with occasional faint. If you really squint a bit, no, unfortunately fixed camera angles are frustrating, so I'll have to just run up here into a wall to take a look at him. He's trying to look about as anime as you can possibly ask, as he's using a weapon that was not used in the Middle Ages for anything resembling warfare. And he has this kind of weird quilted, like, it's not armor, it's just a quilted something or other. And it's not a surcoat, because it doesn't cover front and back. Well, no, actually, that would be a tabard. A surcoat does include sides, but has just floor-length swooshies. Looks kind of badass, but no. Also, he has no facial hair. In the 11th century, and throughout the Middle Ages, really, there's definitely an idea of good king has beard. What's up with the idea is, but it does. And, now, as we get into the thing, you'll see, like, a lot of the architecture of the thing overall looks completely nonsense. We're still getting some frame drops here as we have too many. We have 3 things on screen, and that is 2 things too many for this game. Hey, that's... They were popular for a while. Right. Now, I mean, there's nothing to say that you had to have a beard to actually become king, but you would be made fun of for it. Anyway, the music here is communicating very... is super interesting, because it communicates this very medievally idea of the spooky ghost castle, with a high female voice and the underlying violins going... but that's a kind of sound that is actually not present in the Middle Ages, really. And so this is just a tutorial. It's telling you how the game works and what to do. So there's no music in here, but it is a Castlevania game, and it sure plays like a Castlevania game, even though it's 3D. We got a potion. And our tutorial tells us our whip is not only a tool of fighting, but is a tool of navigation in the world. So you can swing out the whip. Wow, it is still lagging, so I'm actually going to turn it down, make it a little bit smaller yet. Let's just go like 1600 by 1200, maybe. We'll see how that ends up. Actually, let me just shrink the window here, and then we will scale it back up. Huzzah! Are there heraldry on the banners? I did not notice. If we find heraldry, I will let you know, AC. Huzzah! We finally made it small enough that it actually, like, runs for a little bit. Anyway, combat. Combat. Huzzah. Do you have a light attack? You have a heavy attack. It's, pretty much as expected. We also have a guard, and then when you guard, you can do your classic Castlevania backdash. You can go sideways or back. It's several directional, and depending on which way you face, sometimes you decide doing a fancy gymnastics is truly the optimal idea. It is extremely basic DMC, yes. I wonder, this game's from 2003, so I wonder if it's just after DMC came out and they were just ripping it off quite hard. And as we continue to navigate, wait, I wanna actually drop because there's a thing down here. Hello, thing. It is an uncursed person, and being a well, this game actually has pretty decent navigation, all said and done. Excuse me? For some reason, sometimes the thing just does not work. Hello? Hello? Hopefully they don't ever put a death underneath my ability to navigate with a fixed camera in 3D space. Woo! I'm sure they'll do it eventually, because why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? And for some reason you need to be kind of above the thing in order for it to actually latch, it looks like. There we go. Nailed it. First try. Definitely first try. And as they said, some enemies do spooky things. We can guard that, and we take 0 damage off the guard. So we're actually going to farm this guy. We're going to absolutely farm this guy for MP. Because we take 0 damage when we are guarding. Because, my god, whatever he did to our 16th century gauntlet is incredible. And absolutely owns everyone. Can I deactivate the relic, please? There we go. You know, AC, that's a really good question. I'm not sure why Tower Shield plus Halberd plus Polearm is so popular as an enemy design, but you're right that it is, and it super duper is. I think it's because it looks really intimidating. Oops, I need to stop just throwing daggers at... Turns out throwing daggers at doors is not the optimal solution for how to navigate the world. But shush. Ooh, look! It's a save room. You know, like a Castlevania game. This game actually communicates a lot of the ideas of a Castlevania game quite well, all said and done. Even though, being 3D, it's kind of rough. Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty well, Kosek. Big shield equals big defense, big weapon equals big heart. I don't know why there's the tower shield plus heavy armor, because it's like the one is supposed to prevent the need for the other. So, what is around here? Well, that goes nowhere. This goes somewhere, though. Let's see what this somewhere is. I want that floor, too. Hello? Oh, no. We are running towards the camera. This is not a good situation. I do not enjoy ever running towards the camera. Even if it means we'll eventually be able to run into a wall, face first, and in so doing, get a better look at Leon Belmont. But, while we are running down this infinitely long staircase, this suspiciously infinitely long staircase... Hello? Why don't we talk about the next thing in the introduction that they mentioned, namely that there are that Leon Belmont and Matthias Cronquist are in some way part of a company of knights. Actually, even before them, there's another step, wherein the company of knights, or where there are reforms in the 11th century that change All I did was go down a flight of stairs. Why are you giving me another save room? Regardless, there are reforms in the 11th century that changed knights from being protectors of their land to somehow being general protectors of the peace. This is confusing, because while it is true that the 12th century, the late 11th into the 12th century, sees the development of the tradition of the Matter of France and the Matter of Britain, i.e. the French and English lays, what is not true is that this in some way actually enacted a change and the development of this ideal of chivalry with Arthur, with the writings of Walter Map, with the writings of Marie de France, etc., that this idea of the chivalric knight is in any way reflective of historical reality. It's so the shadow appears to not be responding to actual light sources and instead has just a central pillar around the outside that we are running around, or is just a sun placed outside that we are running around. Given that as we keep running, the shadow keeps rotating, despite that not being how anything works. Anyway. Let's see. On the... However, despite this chivalric ideal of knights, I want to be super clear that there is not an actual change in the 11th century on how knights perceive themselves or how knights are supposed to react. They are, as much as they always had been, meant to be protectors of their land with some kind of amount of agreed upon service. Particularly, it's about 40 days per year of service to the king, though they often complained about having to do that. And so, oops, I got hit because I didn't hit the right button to guard. Oy vey, performance issues. Okay. Why are you having performance issues? I have made the resolution so small. Is it still looking readable to you guys? Otherwise, I might make it even smaller, because that is helping our performance. Because I just don't want to make it so small that you guys can't freaking see. Math, we'll get to that in a moment, because this is... That is kind of the next thing on the list. Smaller. It's starting to get hard to read for me, but we should still be able to help this out. I mean, Kosek, let me be clear. The working 40 days per year is military service under the orders of the king. Knights fought a lot. They liked fighting, they chose to fight, they went around fully armed seeking out fights. They are a military elite. In the medieval world, while the feudalism hierarchy is generally inaccurate, there is a very broad sense of the medieval world being divided into three groups. Those who pray, those who fight, and those who labor. Knights are part of the group who fights. They chose to fight, they fight a lot. And so it is not... Their work would just often be work for their own ends. Oh boy, this is going to cause a whole lot of lag in this otherwise bop of a music, because Of course it will. Because we've got a lot of things. Oh, crap. Hey. Could you please? It's spawning a lot of enemies, and so it's loading data for a lot of enemies at the same time. I have an expectation that this room would almost certainly lag in the base game. Ow. Could you not? Yep. Look at that. As soon as the enemies are dead, it recovers fine. Those skellies are in fact armed with bones larger themselves. That is fine and good, and it is classic Castlevania tradition that I will hear no complaints against. But we have an organ. We have a really nice organ here in this kind of chapel space. Firstly, this organ is way too big for this space. I just want to throw that out there. That organ would be deafening to everyone in the entire room, because organs are designed to fill space. And that is a several thousand pipe organ in a chapel. You might have a very small organ, but you wouldn't have something that big. But organs are also a development of the early modern period, not of the Middle Ages. And so having one in this 11th century Gothic castle, I mean, it's already such a mess of anachronism that I'm not truly mad about it. But the rest of this, Reed, I agree. I actually really like this space as a chapel space. I think it communicates that sense really, really well without breaking the whole, aesthetic. Huh. That's an 18th century painting, isn't it? Anyway. What is really most important about the architecture in this space, since I finished talking about the, knights and their job, is really that the interior of this castle is an absolute mess. It looks nothing at all like a Gothic castle, much less an 11th century one, but it doesn't matter. The castle is a setting to communicate spooky, and so any issues that you see as a result of it, it's really not that important. What is important is the ways that it just is communicating simultaneously adventure and horror, using a medieval space as the mechanism to do that. And to that end, it's actually quite effective. I mean, Nero, most of the aesthetic that this game is drawing on is that derived from Symphony of the Night, which is, shocking no one, is set in the 17th or 18th century. Right? Like, that is the Castlevania aesthetic, is from the 18th century. Crap, I need to actually be blocking. So, it is not by any metric weird or surprising that this is using later aesthetic choices as part of it, because that is ingrained in the franchise's aesthetic. And franchise is really important when thinking about medieval video games, and historical video games broadly, because the most successful ones are not one-offs, they are all parts of franchises. Castlevania is in a franchise that normally takes place in actual times. Assassin's Creed is a franchise that takes place at times. Call of Duty is that too, and the whole thing is all part of a franchise. Ow. I really need to just throw knives at people. That's my solution, I'm just gonna do this a lot. It does seem to auto-target slightly, which makes it a little bit easier. Hey, could you die already? Huzzah! Yeah, arg, that's... You can do that on the Discord server. You've been doing that on the Discord server. Do it on the Discord server. Speaking of which, join the Discord server. If you have been enjoying this, make sure you, if one of you can drop an invite link to it there, I'd appreciate it, so I don't have to tab out of game again and make it chug farther for everyone. Thank you, Reed. Join the Discord server. Also, if you are enjoying this, do consider, and are not already, consider following or subscribing to this channel. If you have Twitch Prime, it costs you a grand total of $0 to subscribe, 1 month non-renewable. But there's also first-time subscribers I believe are still on sale. So it only costs you $4 for a subscription. I get over half of that. And that goes to helping pay off the new laptop that I will have starting next stream, and help me afford more games and better content for all of you guys to enjoy. Meanwhile, we have another kind of chapel space. This one looks a little more private to me, actually. Well, not really. Very slightly. Still is a, public thing that people are meant to sit at, but the organ is a lot smaller, and instead is this kind of dedication to some kind of angelic figure. The color scheme makes me think it's the Mother Mary. But yes, the altar is not in the center, which is weird. It is instead this painting, yeah, I see like a shepherd's crook of some kind, but then it's blue and red on a female figure, which is, in the Middle Ages, is kind of the stock color footage of the Virgin Mary. Yeah, I don't know if I'd read this as an altar or more of a pulpit. But I just want to enjoy this music. It is clearly deriving from Bach, Toccata and Fugue, with this, as Castlevania music often does. But it is mixing that with kind of metal and rock music in a really, really fabulous way to communicate this, another, again, very much horror idea without any regard for the historicity, and it's something that I genuinely love. Like, while this is incredibly anime aesthetics, I'm truly, truly never going to be mad about it just letting Castlevania be Castlevania, because it knows what it wants to be, and it does that extremely well, and I'm very grateful for it. The music is freaking amazing in Castlevania games. I don't know of a single one where the music is a flop. Just all the way through, you have straight bangers of music. Oh boy. I need to make sure. Oh, okay. We are having... No. Huh. I did a thing enough. Then I got a new attack. 2, 3. Ha! Nailed it. The skeleton swordsmen are scary, actually. I'm not gonna lie. These guys, partially because their true weapon is against my frame rate. Ow. But they are doing quite a lot of damage. Huzzah! Exactly, like, this game makes no claims to accuracy. It claims to be set in the 11th century, but it's kind of this weird alt 11th century, so, you know, whatever. Hang on. I know I'm supposed to be able to get up there. I can see that I'm supposed to get up there. Huzzah! Platforming. Anyway, let's talk about the next thing on the list. You mentioned Orders of Knights math a while ago. That as something that you wanted to know more about. Luckily, that's right up on the list, very soon. And this is, I think, the Orders of Knights is right up why they are saying this certain take as to what is going on, and why Knights are protectors of the peace. Because in the Middle Ages, the first dedicated Order of Knights actually forms in the same year as this game takes place. It doesn't become fully stabilized until into the about 1120, but it's the Knights Hospitaller, which are specifically a crusading order whose job is to kind of 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Awesome, I can do a huge combo. 1, 2. Oh, crap. 2, 3, 4. Nice. Huh, we have another chapel. There's a lot of chapels in this. I was starting to think they didn't have that many assets or ideas on what to put inside a medieval castle. But anyway, the Knights Hospitaller are specifically formed to kind of help pilgrims going to the newly formed Kingdom of Jerusalem. The Knights Templar show up very slightly later, but with a kind of similar goal. But both of them are kind of the care and escorting of pilgrims on the way to the Kingdom of Jerusalem after the First Crusade. This has way more chapel spaces than a cathedral does, AC Esquire. I mean, the sheer number of organs is remarkable. Like, this is the wealthiest building in Europe, if it can hold, at this point, 3 organs, with many more coming up. Exactly. It does, and like, for a game that is very much kind of about this kind of pseudo-religiosity, as Castlevania deeply is, it communicates this kind of sacral space that is also the home to monsters and horrors. It is therefore a perversion of that space, really nicely. Anywho, as we keep going between hallways and organs, I am thoroughly lost. Let's check our map. Oh god, the map is 3D. Why is the map 3D? Looks like I missed a room there. Missed a room back there. Okay, okay, I need a backup, because I want to go back and check what these 2 rooms are. Because I am a completionist, and it's a problem. It's one of my great failings. I don't like mapping completion. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go away. Go away. 2, 3. Ow. Screw you. Screw you. What the heck happened there? The guy just exploded. Why did the guy just explode? I mean, yes, Blues, I probably should, especially when streaming, but I might miss something vaguely interesting. Alternatively, I might miss another chapel. Take your bets. Oh crap, actually. That's super useful. I'm going to just run around quick and draw a box of fire and trap these guys in it. Heyo, this is going actually quite well now. I am enjoying this combo system. Ow. Could you not? Could you not? Seriously? Okay. Anyway, I probably need to use one of these. Cannot use items here. To use items on the real-time window with the right analog stick and choose. Okay. No, fair play. With the right analog stick. Okay. Interesting. Interesting choice. Uh-huh. Surely that's all Leon is. Huh. I didn't notice these guys' names. Rune Spirit. That implies a whole lot of Norseness, which of course the Vikings are like, and medieval Norse things are extremely tied up in questions of otherness, even though, as I think I mentioned before, and I'm surely mention again, most runic inscriptions are from the 12th century, so this is actually the right period for kind of the high point of runic production, but it is not really surprising that a horror game interested in kind of questions of demonic and anti-Christian things, it's not really surprising that that would be... Oh wow, that's way better. Okay, we're just rolling with that. Okay, there's a second floor. What's over this way though? An item. Money. Yeah, this game does not perform well under pressure, and by pressure I mean the main mechanic of the game of fighting things. So at some point, like, I'm probably only going to do the one stream of this one, because I doubt there will be a whole lot interesting to say about this, different, from, you know, the whole... I could play Symphony of the Night and get all the same information and have it be a lot more fun for everyone. So we'll do that eventually. But for this one, I mostly just wanted to play this one, partly because of the horror of 3D Castlevania, and because it's the one that is explicitly set in the Middle Ages. Everything else actually postdates it, the Middle Ages. So it becomes a good way to kind of test the idea. And see if the fact that it's using an 11th century setting actually changes... Huh. Thanks. Ow. Bone doggy, please. Interesting, I can just freeze myself in midair. Oofed. So yeah, performance issues are going to be bad all the way through. This game is incapable of good. Anything that resembles performance. So we're just gonna have to kind of deal with that and call it a day. We'll play Symphony of the Night when I actually want to talk about Castlevania in a way that is not painful on the ears, but it's Halloween, so you will have to endure the horrors of lag. I know, this is just Devil May Cry. Again, if someone can look that up, I'm curious, when did the first DMC game come out? Because the question is Lament of Innocence a knockoff Devil May Cry game? 2001, yep. This is 2003. So, this is absolutely a knockoff of Devil May Cry. They are using dollars. They use yen in the Japanese version. That is, they localized it to dollars. So, enjoy that. I'm gonna just do that. Oh crap, these are the annoying ones, aren't they? No. They might actually die in this version. You know how thrilled I would be if they actually died in this version? Ha! That's what I figured. They do not die because they are red skeletons, and red skeletons never frickin' die. Oh crap. Guarding? And come on. I'm just gonna steal all of your. I'm gonna steal all of your. Things. Perfect guard. Guard at impact, gains MP and hearts. Interesting. Heyo! That worked out huge. That's gonna explode, isn't it? Okay, I need to just not be here because these guys are never going to die, and there's nothing I can do about it. So that means I don't really get a chance to look around this space, though I do notice it is the same floor plan as every other library we have seen on this floor. And that is just something we'll have to live with, because that's what they do. Ah, yes. That is a classic Castlevania enemy, as everything here are. Or has been, but again, Castlevania has very little to say about historical accuracy, or anything of that sort. Not what I wanted to do. Very little to say about historical accuracy or anything of that sort, so we're not going to worry about that too much, because the pure and simple accuracy of does this look like the 11th century is not what this game is interested in saying, is not what this game is trying to do. Again though, I will be curious because as we kind of going back to the intro thing, as I kind of will have to backtrack, because I think I do just have to backtrack because good level design in a 3D Castlevania game is apparently too much. Yeah, I just need to straight up backtrack through all of these rooms. All of these fights just to get over to this one thing and then head back down here to get to the third. I've got a feeling that this is the third. No, that makes no sense. This is probably where the third one is, and then this is the ending door to the boss. One of those two. So, huzzah. And the basement has nothing that I know about. Cool. Backtracking. Bye. Don't need to fight you. I'm not interested in fighting you. Bye. So, what was the next thing on the list? So, we talked about the Orders of Knights, a little bit. As I said, the first dedicated Order of Knights is the Knights Hospitaller, who form shortly after, or around the time that this game is set, but there is an implication in place that there are very many Orders of Knights around, and that they are kind of roving companies in the style almost of like early modern mercenary bands, doing noble things. Very, very chivalric, very Knights of the Round Table, but with a little bit of a flavor of like Swiss mercenary companies. Super weird take. And not one that is at all historically supported. And of course, their leaders are Leon Belmont here, who is our pretty boy, and then our other pretty boy, Matthias Kronqvist, who is a tactician who is skilled in alchemy and knows what things are. He is able to read and write, which is surprising. It is not actually that surprising. Let's not go around saying that that is some impossible thing. But it is at the same time not. Literacy is limited, and you have a lot of kind of focus on basic literacy rather than the kind of erudite thing that supposedly he was going for. Since he is the company's tactician, what it sounds like is he's basically he is reading Vegetius centuries before everyone else realizes Vegetius is very cool and also wrong on everything. But in the later Middle Ages and early modern period, people are still strongly advocating for sword and shield and heavy infantry armors because of the writings of the classical author Vegetius. Oh boy, I'm not going to fight these guys. Where do I need to go? I need to go right through this door. Bye. Not interested in that whole shenanigans. But there is a room right here that I am interested in. For reasons. Yes, I know. I want to walk through it, not pull up the map again. Crap, it's another combat room. I didn't think this through. Ow. Maybe not, though. Hey, it's already starting to recover. One nice thing about this is that the enemies are as bad as tracking in 3D space as I am. So, we're able to accomplish a lot with a lot less fear of them having magic targeting that just ruins my day. Because they don't. They're just as bad at aiming as I am. Hello? Please? Can I go up? Can I go up? There we go. There is more money in these rooms and more books. I don't know what is the point of having books on bookshelves that you just physically can't reach, but whatever. Dracula seems to think that this is a good call, and who am I to judge? I mean, yes, but he has stairs elsewhere, and not all of his mooks can... I mean, what if his mooks decide they want to read? Are we just gonna say that they aren't allowed to? Are you going to be that guy who tells the mooks that they can't read? I mean, how rude can you be to the mooks? Heyo. And, you know, in this game, I think sub-weapons are even better than... I don't know what the crystal does, I don't really want to find out. But I think in this game, sub-weapons are even better than they are in normal Castlevania games. And if you've seen high-level Castlevania play, you know that the sub-weapons are super busted. Interesting. Is this an actual platforming challenge? Like a puzzle? In my Castlevania games? I'm suspicious. Stop it. Come on. Ah, I cannot change directions mid-air. What an awful contrivance. Wait, is there actually something up there? It feels like, yes, there is. I am going to assume that that is a way out, not a way in. Bye. Yeah, that's what it looked like. The crystal is basically a mine. But I like the area denial of the axe a lot more. So we're gonna stick to that. Because look at how much damage that does. Get dunked on. These Skeleton Knights with their horned helmets and stuff are pretty much what you would expect from Skeleton Knights. They kind of vaguely resemble, like, dead Vikings, except with curved bone swords and shields. But the horned skeleton figure is extremely common. I think that one in particular is probably coming out of, I would suspect it's coming out of, Pulp Fiction, like Conan, that kind of thing. And AC, open flame in the library does seem like a bad plan, and you would be right that it is. But that didn't stop people because they didn't necessarily have other choices if they wanted to read the books. And yet, library fires are like the most common thing. Oh, that's what the Crucible does. That's why the guy exploded. So there's an item called the Crucible, which looks like it's a drop nuke win game. Anyway, we have yet another organ, which puts us up to like number 7. More stained glass. More of these fancy purple braziers. And in general, kind of just continuing with this vaguely like faux medieval Japanese horror aesthetic. I mean, yeah, that is kind of a bummer, but I'm also not exactly upset by that either. Wait. Huh? What's... oh. Right. Okay, I see. The map is actually making sense, and that is a problem. I got confused by the map, doing exactly what the map is supposed to do. And we should be almost done with this fight too. So, let's see. What was the next thing to talk about? More things from the intro, because there are lots more things from the intro. So, we had the idea of, awesome, so this is what I expected it to be, the way back. There. No, that goes back into that room. Okay, still. This leads us closer to where I think I'm supposed to go. Maps are hard. The map tries to be helpful, and often it makes it more confusing than it needs to be. But did that truly just go in a circle? That got us no closer to getting out to that missing point. Oh well. We might eventually get like a triple jump or some way to glide, or, you know, it's a Castlevania game. You get new abilities, you need to revisit old areas to access new ones. And more of the same. Well, that wasn't the direction I wanted to go at all. Hello? I already guarded that, but thank you. I am getting bullied into a corner. If I could not get bullied into a corner, I would appreciate it. Okay. So, that being said, what's our new way to go? Our new way to go is this way. Let's see. What is... I'm trying to think, what is our best option, what was next on the opening narration? We had Matthias being this kind of, reading ahead. He has read the later Middle Ages script and knows that heavy infantry is good. And then that's why the company is undefeated. But it does imply that, like, there's a wandering company of knights, doing chivalric deeds. That's not a thing. I hate to break it to everyone. It's just not. But what was next? Get wrecked, Fleetman. Are there still some around? Oh, there's one guy way in the distance. Hello, guy. Well, they have made Fleeman actually kind of scary. Not because they have any HP, but because they just suck. Ow. Could you not, though? If I could actually block, that would be awesome. And let's just spam the whip out. Nailed it. Responsive gameplay this does not have. Super non-responsive gameplay. Oh well, so be it. No big deal. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that there are companies that in the Middle Ages companies don't exist. Companies of knights or of professional soldiers such as the Swiss mercenaries, people who fight for pay. And you see them in the 14th century, in the 15th century, in the 16th, 17th, even into the 18th centuries, you see that kind of thing. But in the 11th century, you don't. And the implication of that as... Oh. Crap, what the heck? Hello? Truly, the greatest advice of how to navigate an area. Just can't kill them, so you may as well just spam the jump button to avoid them. Hello? Please let me through. Wow, that room played terribly. And yeah, you see people later in like the 14th century who are wandering around basically looking for fights or joining companies, joining battles, even after taking serious injuries. We have the accounts of one such guy from Germany who fought all over the place. And he wrote down his diary, essentially. And sometimes he'd try and get in more danger just to have more senior knights notice him. He got his arm blown off by a cannon, and that didn't stop him. So, yeah. This is the idea of the Middle Ages that is being shown off here is very much okay. So we're actually... There are 2 exits to this room, one over here, one over there. Okay. Hey, we found the 3rd thing. We did it. Boop, and boop, and boop. Weirdly, this... Oh, that was only the 2nd thing. What? I thought we had found all 3. Weirdly... That is a weird thing. Yeah, we did find 3. Did I just not activate this one? Did I just... Oh. Okay, it was for a different door. Okay, I guess. Huh. Oh well. Let us just... Okay, that's why we came in. Don't care about that. Look at this camera angle. You are back. Hello. Welcome back. We met fleamen. Fleamen are terrible. I despise fleamen. They are way easier to deal with when you only have to move in 2 directions, but 3 directions is bad. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. I don't actually recommend playing this game, as it turns out. Having played it for an hour and 20 minutes now. It is not well optimized. And 3D Castlevania just doesn't work. Why do the Skeleton Knights go berserk and explode on the end? That leads further credence to like linking them to a Norse context in the... And by Norse, I mean pseudo-Norse in like the writings of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Now, could you not, though? High potion. I don't know why I did that. Aren't we right on top of a... Yeah, we are literally like a half a room away from a save point. Lords of Shadow is only like pseudo 3D though, isn't it? Come on, chase me down. Aw. You're telling me I need to keep the thing active in order for it to keep working? Blasphemy. Oh well. It is absolutely, that, Niram. But the one that was specifically draws reference to me from is a poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, called The Skeleton in Armor, who is of a skeleton that we now know to be a, elite from the local indigenous American, group in the area of Newport, Connecticut. Pure water. Or holy water, yeah. What does this look like? That is good, but actually that's probably better than the axe. I've got pretty good range on the whip, so just a screw you, I am in trouble is actually probably really helpful. So that goes right back to where we were. This is a long hallway. A hallway this long I would kind of only expect... are there monsters in it? No, the draw distance is just too long. The hallway is too long, you got confused. Okay. A hallway this long I would only kind of expect if one side is open, that opens up into some kind of garden space, like in a monastery where you have that kind of interior covering that works. A hallway like this overall really doesn't make sense. Also, I want to point out, while I love the stained glass light effect, apparently every room is exterior in this castle. Apparently, like, almost every single room is exterior somehow. Hey, it's a boss! No, okay, it's just a spooky ghost. It's not a boss door. I wish it was a boss door. That would have been way cooler. That was 1,000. That was 1,000. Okay, well that sucked. But see, this room is also exterior. And this room is exterior on the opposite side that the other one was, that the last hallway was exterior. It is deeply confusing, and we will not worry about it, because regardless of what they show on the outside of Dracula's castle, if we're honest, there's extremely little... Oh, there's a wall there. That's not good. I don't like the sound of that at all. That means I have to go this way through it. That's not a happy fun time. Hello? Let me through. He did. He must have put lights outside of all of his windows just because it's aesthetically pleasing. Wow. Yeah, holy water's good. I didn't realize it did instances of damage that quickly. Hello? Let me through. I need a yellow dragon key to open this door. Welp. That's fine, I guess. I will have to go... I'm sure I will have to go over that way to get the key. Unless there happens to be something over here. Let's find out. Does there happen to be something over here? No, there's just this thing again. Which is kind of what I expected to find. Hello? 3D jumping, please. 3D jumping, please. Give me aerial control, dang it. Yes, Dracula has extreme focus on the vibe and very little focus on the rest of the thing. But I have no idea where this door is. You know, like, we got all three of these things, and I still don't know where the door is. It opened something somewhere. But good luck identifying where that somewhere is. In the meantime, we shall continue to run. Continue to run faster, run better, do the thing. Huzzah! Okay. So we are now on a search for a key. So while we are doing that, can someone remind me what was the next thing in the intro? Because I remember there's... Oh, hey, there's money up there. On each... Ow. Movement. Wow. That's true. You gotta get really into interior decorating. Ooh, actually, I like this door a lot. It's nonsense in terms of the Middle Ages, but there are a couple of interesting things. Firstly, they've got those nice weird baby cherubs, which are not like the cherubim of Jewish cosmology, but they do start showing up a whole lot in the Middle Ages, and especially in the earlier modern period they are all over the place, as like every angel is a weird baby child. But you also have these death figures, which is obviously appropriate for a Castlevania game, where I'm sure we will end up fighting death at some point, because the Grim Reaper is one of Dracula's lackeys? But it is also a very much later medieval, and gets a really strong focus on the horror vibe for Gothic fantasy, because it's actually as a response to the Black Death that you start seeing this kind of focus on the memento mori and kind of the horrors and the emaciation of death in European medieval art. And they do end up looking a lot like this, though. Showing up on a door is weird. I'm actually not sure what's right above the door. I can't get the camera to stay put for long enough to actually read it. So it will be lost in the mists of the draw distance as we keep going. But yeah, what was next? We've got the chivalric idea of the knights, and then contextualized into the Crusades as this kind of relevant. I want to check what's my health. I want to just check my health's okay. Okay. If you could, that would be great, you know, because there's plenty. Ow. Let me just do that to get, so you can get absolutely wrecked. This is my go-to solution now, is to just run at their faces and then, keep... Oh wow, I'm burning through. Okay, this uses a lot of... I can't just do that, because it does burn through too many... it does burn through way too many hearts. So I'll have to actually, like, regather some of those if I want to not run out and then be really in trouble when I need them. Hello, you lost your head. Could you continue to have lost your head, please? Thank you. Awesome. Anyway. I don't need to be that careful with items. How much does this use? This uses 4. Because that uses 4, and I get 2 from most drops here. So, I don't need to be that careful with items. Just need to be a little careful with items. Hello? Could you let me up? Thank you. Big hurt. Anyway, what else is around here? There's the pet... Okay, it has to be through this door. With the 2 angelic figures. This is clearly not a good game, but I actually am greatly enjoying this. Hey, I found the door. Like, let me just reiterate, this is not a good game, but this is... Whomst? Nailed it. I just dropped a holy water in his face, and that was good enough. Because that's always good enough. Anyway, one thing with the Castlevania series, well, you're trying... oh, the mysterious monsters, right. The galactic brain take of somehow, some way, Leon Belmont, a baron in Fringland, is actually, he needs to be in France because barons don't really exist in England until the late 12th century, and really the 13th with the nascent baronial class immediately revolts. So it really does need to be France. But somehow there is this idea that I don't mind the monsters appearing. The monsters appearing is just Castlevania being Castlevania. But the galactic brain take is that the church gets to set the agenda for what nobility are doing. The church had to try desperately, except with the exception of the First Crusade, which had a whole bunch of French volunteers, the church had to try super desperately to get people to go on crusade, and more often than not they were like, but do I have to? Do I really have to? I don't think you can make me. And then they didn't. So, it is absolutely a spicy take to be having that be a thing, but it... no, actually no, I'm not sure what the point of that is. Because it's not like this whip is actually consecrated. It said it was made by alchemy to be effective against monsters. So it's not like he's reliant on church approbation in order to be able to effectively do the vampire hunting thing that Leon Belmont is starting to be able to do. Hey Lunar Reveries, we're playing a Castlevania game? Welcome to Lag. Ow. Please don't. Who are you? A Vasago. I don't know what you are. I have no idea what you are. That's fine. We will wreck you with holy water, and that'll be fine. Ow. Crap. Knee. Please don't. Oh god. He's spin to winning. We can't do anything. The spin to win is too strong. Ignore me, also spin to winning. As I spin to win. Do it again. Didn't work the first time. Gotta do it again. I really hope that we level up and can get a stronger weapon soon, because I gotta say, it is... While the whip is fun, we have not gotten any new combos in a while, and that's a bit grim. Reed. All over the place, though the church never really approves alchemy as like a cool good thing. But religious figures were known sometimes to get a little bit involved in the whole alchemy gig. It's a side job. And certainly most in the later Middle Ages, 14th, 15th centuries, most people who talked about and distributed alchemical texts were trained at universities, though alchemy itself is not taught. And universities are funded by the church, and they were trained in theology then as well too, and often justify themselves very carefully in theological terms. Ow. Please don't. Come on, pop up right in front of me. I should be doing this. For this fight, I should absolutely be trying to do this. I don't know what you are. You died and I don't know what you are. Come on, just frickin'... I believe in you. Here we go. Suicide. Okay, that's enough of that. Who's another one? Albertus Magnus gets accused, or just does distribute alchemy. He's also really well liked by the church through most of the Middle Ages. And another one, Pope Sylvester II got accused of having a artificially created talking head that he used to divine the future. That's probably the wildest take on the alchemy adjacent stuff. The political smear job after he died is quite strong. Like, we value that kind of guts to just make that take. Anyway, something I've been looking at here and trying to kind of deal with and work around is just how fancy these floors are. Like, I love it. These floors and these doors are so intricate. But what they're really reminding me of is the kind of very detailed carved stonework and lattice work that we see in Gothic cathedrals. Oh crap. Yoink. Just the skeletons. Let me just... Strong attacks only? Strong attacks only. Math. That, is a very good point. It is a modern terminology thing. Oh, also, by the way, Math, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it a whole lot. It is a very modern thing. But that doesn't mean it comes from nowhere either. The idea of a company to mean a specific sort of military setup is post-medieval. The idea of a company as some kind of fellowship does have relationship in the later Middle Ages and the early modern period, pre-Napoleonic, with mercenary companies or adventurers or otherwise traveling orders of knights would be related. In terms of a company as a military unit, though, that was a part of a larger army, that is a modern conception that is not reflected in how armies were constructed in the Middle Ages. Oh, I must be full up on hearts. Okay, see you, Yorm. I'll be around for another 2 hours, because it's a Saturday, and that's how we do. We'll be continuing to suffer through this amazing artwork, but also the ridiculous of everything else. Spartacus! Oh boy! That's a good take. I didn't realize that the enemy we were fighting there is just Spartacus. Good job. Look at him go. Hi, Spartacus. Bye, Spartacus. Oh, he's not dead yet. Let's actually take a look at him. Well, that sword is insane. Good sword. I believe in him. Essentially, the only thing of this that actually looks Roman in any meaningful sense is, ow. He's owning me. I got greedy. Whoops. Yes, he is a skeleton gladiator. But the only thing of that looks Roman is the fact that he is colored bronze. Vaguely. And he is... Okay, I'm gonna backtrack quick to the save point, so I don't have to burn heal items to not die. Don't try and stop me. You can't. You can't stop me. Yes. And that his helmet happens to have a ridge attached to it. Come on, I believe. Fine. Get wrecked. And that should give me hearts, and then that should give me hearts, and then we're full up on hearts again. Yes. So there's extremely little to actually indicate that that guy is Roman in any meaningful sense. Except an incredibly vague, kind of old helmet ridgy aesthetic. Just like these guys are, you know, they're skeleton warriors, so like Conan, like Longfellow skeletons in armor, who I believe was assigned a horned helmet in Longfellow's poem. Not super confident. He's wearing bronze armor, but I don't remember what else he has described. It's been a while since I've read it. But all of that is this kind of very much post-medieval or modern Victorian-ish reimaginings of the Middle Ages to some kind of very specific aesthetic, and of the Roman Empire to a very different but equally specific aesthetic. I got you. I don't got Jukes. He read me. Oh. I wish that I didn't have hard reads. I quite enjoy being able to not get hurt. I like health. Turns out health is a pretty good mechanic, and having it is better than not having it. Anyway, we have more of these gothic doors. I want to take a look at that door if we can. Let's take a look at this room, because I'm sure something very suspicious is about to happen, given that it just locked me in. Okay, it locked me out from going to the next place. So let's take a look at that door now, kind of. We can't really. Dang. It's a good door. I like the blue. I think I've seen doors actually of that color. I like it's communicating a level of detail and craftsmanship in every detail of this. So while this is medieval, this is this dark gothic horror, it's also showing a level of craftsmanship that absolutely gels with what we expect from high quality pieces of work in the Middle Ages. But the main thing, this is timed. I don't want it to be timed. I'm not here for that. This is not a boss fight, it's just a puzzle. Okay, so I've got to get up here. Dang it, I just whipped. I'll step on the thing again on the way through. Stop it. Excuse me? I totally landed that. Don't know what it's on about. Anyway, we're going to ignore the electricity because gothic horror. What? 3D platforming is the worst. Ah, I whiffed it. I finally got it started and then I whiffed the third one. Fine. Ah, dang it. There are so many of them that you have to just land each in a row. Oh god, Niram. Why? Made it. I am not going to play Sonic in the Dark Knight. Are you kidding me? That'll have to be, or if I do, that'll be next Halloween, because we'll make the horror bad games. Cross. Oh my god. Is this as good as I wanted? That is a lame cross. It still is probably the best, pretty much the best sub-weapon in the game, because it always is. But, cross. But yes, if you truly want that, we will do it next Halloween, so we can make the horror based around crappy game mechanics instead of around actual horror games. Interesting, the music just changed. Hang on, we're just gonna vibe with the music for a bit. That's a good vibe. Uh-oh. The vibe just got ruined. Well, that does 3 damage at a time. It just does 3 damage over and over and over again. Interesting. That's not winning any awards for me. To be honest, that's not... It does mean I can just kind of run into people, and it's fine. But I'm not really a fan. Huh. Could you please stop it? Hello. Stay put. Okay. So we are now in the lower level. Huh. So this is probably significant. We've got some kind of woman's face, and some kind of woman's face before it, some kind of woman's face, and another before it. No, he was just not in personnel kid. Interesting. Equally interesting, we have not yet found really anything resembling a boss. Huh, who are you? And why are you? Executioner. Oh crap. Dang it, I had totally blocked that already, but that's fine. Does Curse actually drain health, or what does that do? What does that actually— ow, I blocked, but that's fine. This is my solution to how to win. Go fight win? Nailed it. So turns out the cross actually sucks in this game, which is— I didn't think it was possible to make the cross suck, but it did. I'm disappointed. Did not humanly think it was possible to make a bad version of the cross. But turns out if you remove literally all of its area denying capabilities, that makes it pretty bad. That is just the laser beam. All praise the laser beam? Ow. So, yeah, we're just gonna get out of that room, because rest in peace frame rates. Oh, please be a save room. Save room. I was just thinking it was about time we'd get one of these. So... let's keep going. Restored health, restored everything, and off we go. Anyway, something... Reed, you're probably... Ow. Ow. Should be a little carefuler, shouldn't I? I mean, an uncursed potion is good, but why uncursed potion when I can save room? I mean, honestly. Did it at least restore my health? Did it? Hello. Yes, it did. Let's try that again. Did he stay dead? He stayed dead. Interesting. Anyway, something I've been kind of struggling with in terms of the whole Castlevania aesthetic. By the way, boss room, anyone? Is... Did that hit me? Damn it, that was me that got hit. So this is just like a face. I'm not cool with that. Ow. So this is terrible. We killed one eyeball, though. Let me just advocate for one of these. Number 2 down. Ow! When did you start throwing fire? How did that miss me? Ah, crap. Dang it. If this guy could not, I'd be really grateful. Potion. Other potion. Anyway, let me just do this for a bit. This is my new solution. I will just run. I will turn that off a bit. And then... that should be enough to kill it. Okay, that's number 3. I'll leave us with one more. I assume. Oh boy, performance. Who needs... And, I am definitely of the stance that, literally any sub-weapon other than this would have been better. But, that's all 4? Oh, crap, that's electricity. Hello? Why? Who's? What? Who? Who is she? Wait, that was all before the boss fight even happened? Ow. Hello? Okay, hello, you're over here now. So let me stand in the corner, and I'm sure it'll be fine. Also, I want to just kind of have you run into here. Hello? Huh. Where is he next? Over here. Same deal. Go stand in the corner. And use more of these. And then spam out. And wow, we are melting this dude absolutely insanely. Anyway, hard game. It did take like all of my everything, but that's okay. Screw you. This is very gross. It communicates grossness very well. And it completely distracted from everything else I was saying or doing or otherwise trying for. So let's try that whole thought again. Having now gotten kinda dunked on, well, there are places to go, but I don't really care. I think we'll take our blue orb and call it a day. There is one boss down. But something that I'm really curious about is... Oh, that takes me back to here. I don't think it would take me back to there. Is how the kind of...
You've done well to come back. Is there anything you need?
Yeah, alright, Gandalf. Well,
What would you like today?
we've got quite a bit of... stuff. I'm not sure what any of these do. Reduces enemy damage by a bit. Sacrifice just is a second life. Let's just buy
Is this okay? Yes.
bunch of those.
Is this
And then a
okay?
bunch of those. Those matter a lot more to me than...
Is this fine? Yes, certainly. Is this fine? Yes, certainly.
Okay.
Something else. Is that all?
Anywho. We...
Don't push yourself too hard.
He is making a killing off of our death. Though we haven't game overed yet. Anyway. So. The question I want to think about is, how does Castlevania's interest in sacral designs and sacral gothic spaces interact with its kind of demonic focus and its demonic implications of Dracula or whatever other vampire I think we're fighting right now. Trying to... How does the Christian elements all over this castle, and actually overwhelming in this castle, interact with that kind of focus on the demonic and demonic narrative, demonic premise of the castle? And as we think on that, and come back, we will do that after an ad break. I need to replace the ice pack, because even though this game is not exactly the most intensive, optimization means that I still need ice pack times. And so we will take a short ad break here, and then we'll be back for another 2 hours of this. If you've been enjoying it so far and have not already, also once again do consider following or subscribing both here and on the YouTube channel, and join the Discord server to be notified with all the other stuff going on. Anyway, we'll be back in just a bit. And we return. Continuing interest in everything going on here. Okay. Uh-huh. Awesome. Read comments, and for anyone who does not know watching the VOD, Reed is a student of religious studies specifically, and so is eminently qualified for this. But the comment here is that books like The Monk are great examples of how the Gothic critiques the sacred by combining it with the profane. The Gothic likes doing this most often by tearing down traditionally sacred figures, by making them fall into / work with sin / evil / demonic forces. Necroclips, I think it has a parallel in a way to Bram Stoker's, writing as it took the Christian themes of sin and demonic-like entities on Earth in a Gothic romantic setting. Also removed the ugliness of vampirism in his works by making Dracula a nobleman, or noble-like in appearance, despite the definite sense of something is wrong here. Both of those, I think, are really excellent takes on the topic. Because, to start off with, I guess, we can talk a little bit about... Huh. This is a very different vibe. Gotta say. There's not even a little bit close to the same vibe. Oh boy. Total War. We'll play a Total War game eventually. It is on the list. We'll talk about this music in a bit, because oh boy, I want to finish one thought, but this is a jam. Necroclips. The solution to Parasite appeared to be stand in the corner, because the pathing of the monster does not like the corners of the room. So if you stand near the outside corner, you can just absolutely melt him. Also, I should do that. Anyway, this looks totally different, but let's finish one comment before we move on to another one. Hello. Thank you. Anyway, wow. So many things. 69 hearts, nice. Phew. Sorry, I cannot think, there's too much lag. My brain is lagging alongside the rest of the game. So, the Gothic period. That's what I was talking about. As far as there is a distinct, like, Gothic architecture, which there sometimes is, there sometimes isn't, boom. Get wrecked. It occurs in the 14th and 15th centuries, and has a focus on light, and trying to make spaces incredibly decorated, ornate, and airy. So you have really high ceilings, really large windows, and a focus on that. Gothic literature, on the other hand, develops in the 19th century and says all of that, nah. Who needs light or focus on creating spaces that are ornate and beautiful and therefore sacred? What if all that but evil? And so layers this kind of architectural style and ornateness on top of something rotten on the inside, whether that is demons, undead, vampires, etc, etc, etc. And all of that is kind of a critique, 19th century Enlightenment romantic critique of Christianity. Not always intentionally, but definitely is part of it. Sometimes it's a revivalist, kind of a revivalist form of Christianity, sometimes it's an explicit critique of it. But yes, it is, what if church bad, what if science good? And so, bound up right alongside all of these sacred spaces are ones that get deemed proto-scientific. So you have occultism, often an Orientalist occultism, and an alchemicalism. And so here we are in the Anti-Soul Mysteries Lab, in which they conduct horrifying experiments of some variety on presumably people that were brought into the realm of this forest and then killed. And were turned into various types of zombies. And so here we are, the vibe is totally different. And yes, I agree, I should specify that, because it is absolutely a valuable specification, is that in English language Gothic literature, it says, what if Catholic Church bad? Protestantism is fine, Protestantism is austere, and therefore okay, and we don't need to worry about it. And medievalists, by and large, are unhappy by that term because Protestantism ends up painting over pretty medieval works of art when they repurpose Catholic cathedrals into Protestant ones, and it's really sad. But anyway, so this lab is like trying to be super sciencey, and so we've moved actually from lots of dark stone and ornate Gothic architecture to much plainer doors, and then focuses on the natural world. So we've got wood as kind of this natural material. We've got this monstrous beast, but presumably some kind of marvel. And then we have the compass rose on here, which this is just straight up borrowing from early modern maps. It's pretty cool. And so enables them to do all sorts of weird stuff. But anyway, this is borrowed specifically from maps, and therefore I guess representations of the natural world. That is the weird stuff. Representation of the natural world. Also, there's a gyroscope here that we can't really see, but it just kind of vaguely hints at, but it's there. And along the top here we have depictions of animals with labels all across here. I can't tell if there's actually a globe inside the gyroscope or if there's something else. And I can't see in enough detail, but is this zodiac symbols? This might be zodiac. Anyway, let's see. To also help communicate this difference, this music is way more modern. So, like I said in the last room, or in the last level, that there was, with all the dark stone, everything else going on, it was kind of deriving its main influence off of classical art, music, specifically Bach Toccata and Fugue, is kind of the starting point for a lot of horror music, and horror organy music. Huh, in axe armor. Hello, guy. Oh boy, so much lag, so much absolute lag. Okay, but like, let me... Huh, I actually stunned him. I don't know how I managed that. That's cool. And he's dead. Map. Oh dear, really? What shenanigans are you inflicting upon yourself? It was super violent. Protestant Reformation was incredibly vicious and not very good, in some ways. There was plenty of valid room to critique the Catholic Church, and you know, they were doing some real shady stuff. But Protestant Reformation got a little bit enthusiastic. And yeah, Necroclips, good comment. Castlevania mixes genre of music often. Symphony of Night, some areas have more classic tonality with strings and waltzes, while the caves are more jazz. Good comment. Hard agree. And there still is some classical area, like what's playing right this second is vaguely classical, but it's layered underneath synth work, and radio chatter, which is super cool. Oh, crap. Not what I wanted to do. I just used a magical ticket to go all the way back to here on accident. I'm super bad. Don't mind me. We're just gonna try that again. Give me like 45 seconds for us to run, and then we'll be back and we'll do it again. Yeah, at least I've got the map, and since I've cleared rooms the first time, they shouldn't... I don't think they'll make me do something really dumb, like have to rebuild the whole thing, or have to redo all the force fights. That would be mean of them, but that's okay. Anti-Soul Mysteries Lab. Let's go. Yeah, you mentioned the semi-automation of the medieval resets the whole dungeon. Oh my god. Bold of them. We'll go the other direction here just to see what's going on. Reed, you're right, there's a whole lot of clockwork in this. Weird horn. There's a whole lot of clockwork in here, and so while there is relationship, we'll call it, for lack of a better term, a relationship. To medieval automata. Ultimately, I think the extent of the link you can reasonably draw is one of very much alchemy as kind of the connecting link. I don't think you can realistic. Oh, okay. Thank God for hitboxes. I don't think you can realistically make most of these words. Sorry, combat is hard while I'm trying to do words too. Okay, now that that's done, the extent of the link I think you can draw is between clockwork and alchemy as being kind of two sides of the same coin. In that you've got the people working to decipher the universe are often the ones trying to claim through clockwork, through artifice, that they can accomplish some amazing thing. But the scale of automation and the kind of self-contained nature of the automation, like in the clock towers, is very much an imposition of later periods ideas of the incredible, like, very end of the Middle Ages, I guess, you start seeing the massive clocks, like in Prague's Old Town Square. There's a 15th century clock that's fully automated and is absolutely magnificent, but is by and large, I think, a later imposition with more elaborate clocks in the early modern period that then gets retroactively fitted onto Gothic cathedrals and gets incorporated into the aesthetic. If any of that made sense. Anyway, this floor tile is some kind of, well, it's not a mosaic, it's a fresco painted on the floor, because you can still see the stone the flagstones. But again, we're seeing another kind of, I guess, pseudo-angelic figure. It's not obvious to me who this is supposed to be or where they are pulling this image from. But it's a very cool one, and it's definitely, I don't know, it's communicating something about this whole place and what aesthetic we're supposed to draw out of it quite nicely. Similarly here we've got the two like serpents. Yes, eye zombies. Ow. Alright, see you, Matt. Enjoy your tabletop sessions. I suppose I'll go through here and just see what's in this room. Hellhounds. Well, why did I go into this room? I'm not a fan of hellhounds. And he just straight up left. Thanks, Armanite. Wow, that is so delayed. Oh my god. I actually want to farm him for MP. A bit. Ooh, his tower shield has a... Cool. Look at that thing I don't use. Oh, not the one I wanted to do. Take a look at this thing that I don't use. Hey, you can now do it twice. Amazing. Yeah. Automata are way less of an 18th century invention than you think they are, Lunar Reveries. The advanced automata clockworks that I was talking about started emerging in the Eastern Roman Empire. They emerged very early. You can find them as early as the 10th century. Liutprand of Cremona describes it in some detail, and it may even be, the Throne of Byzantium may even be older than that. I don't remember exactly how old it is, but I know Western Europe is aware of it and kind of awestruck by it from at least the 10th century. And, let's see where this goes. Into another mandatory fight. More zombies. Oh boy. One thing that strikes me from this is that there is a lot less... there is a lot less of an attempt in this game to represent the huge diversity of Castlevania enemies that exist. We've pretty much been fighting variations on the same things over and over. They're all Castlevania enemies, but man, there are a lot of Castlevania enemies that we have not seen yet in the game to date. And yeah. But yes, you are making the correct kind of link here to late medieval, early modern, and modern automata and clockwork, super advanced, complicated clockworks, as kind of a valuable point of comparison. Because, yeah, a lot of that gets kind of retroactively applied onto the Middle Ages, as very often happens with very many things. Oh good, the axe. The axe is so much better than the cross, oh my god. I am looking forward to this. I can start using my sub-weapons again. Hello? Look at that just absolute juggle. Weirdly, like, they don't seem to have levels in this game. Certainly not the same type. Ow. So like, I'm not just doing more damage by virtue of existing, and having not died, which is a little bit sad. I enjoy the more pure RPG of just leveling up, doing things. Meanwhile, the good vibes continue, because, you know, this is very obviously, non-medievally music. The music does not communicate any sense of the Middle Ages, but that kind of makes some sense, in an imagined, oh right, you're doing this. You're the nothing personnel kid. I should probably use one of these. And let's see, looking around here, we've got a bunch of very like generic alchemy stuff. I mean, that's how I'll describe it. It's basically a kitchen, but to do stuff like distill things somehow, or distill other words. Sorry, to distill other things somehow for reasons. But the whole vibe it's communicating is one of a much more techno focus, and so adding a little bit of a techno vibe in music communicates the same idea of advancement as opposed to sacrality, while still adding a little bit of just a hint of those voices that you would perhaps expect to see from a little bit of the like choral voices that you would expect to hear in a Middle Ages of sorts. Crap. Really? So unresponsive. There we go. Got the kill. Got killed the one guy that matters. Because these guys don't actually die ever. So as long as I do that, that's all it wants to do. And that's all there is to do in here. Hello? Please move. Exactly. And it's not even like metallurgical. It's just kind of it's pretty much just distillery. You may as well be making alcohol for all I care. Which admittedly is often a thing that alchemical thought decided was valuable. Oh god. Thank you, Mad Diver. I forgot that you existed, and I am. You'll know the false wall from the tapestry of the flying two-headed one. Okay. You will know the false wall from the tapestry of the flying two-headed one. i.e. something in there marks, marks attached to bro. Uh-huh. Bloody skeletons are actually the worst, and I despise them. That must be coming up ahead, but I do see that there is a place I missed over there, so I'm gonna head actually this way again and try and not teleport out of the level this time. And then I think we're going to spend a lot less time in each of the areas, each of the other areas. We'll try and finish this one all the way through, but then we won't worry about finishing the remaining ones, just because we don't have all that much time left. We've only got an hour and a half here. So, and I want to at least try and see every area in the game, just to see what they're like. Oh, there's someone blocking the door. Okay. So that statue of presumably some kind of marvel or monstrosity is blocking a path. We're gonna try and not have it be a big deal, Reed. And I'm gonna do my best to not go completionist. So we'll try and just finish this area for the sake of it, and then from there, move on. From random distillery to random distillery. Let's see if the music changes on the... Nope, the music did not change on the new floor like it did on the last time. Again, some kind of, this looks like it's coming out of an illuminated manuscript. This looks like it's, but as to what it would be supposed to represent, I'm not sure. Because, lo and behold, I do not know all things. It is... Okay, another one of these. Wow, there's two save rooms that close together? We must be in for a rough time. What is this one? That's dagger. Yeah. My least favorite game mechanic is lag. Sadly, that is the most common game mechanic I see. Is just infinite amounts of lag. But really, like, for the most part, this is pretty much playing exactly like I would expect a Castlevania game to play, except it happens to be 3D, which has definitely allowed it to do some interesting things, mostly in the, not in having more complicated or, I would say, better level design, but more richly decorated level design, and to try and really communicate something about its horror aesthetic in more detail than you often get the chance to, in a 2D Castlevania game, because like in Who's Its Face, Symphony of the Night, you don't get that chance. There is just... The extent of your options are that you can see the walls, and you can see backgrounds, and you cannot see a floor. So, I think it's... They're definitely trying something interesting, and I think the game has value, and could be a lot worse. Castlevania 64 comes to mind for being a lot worse. But yeah, I mean, I would expect Lords of Shadow to do most of the things this game does better, just on the grounds that it's a decade younger, and people learned a lot about how to make good 3D games, or 3D, okay, good 3D action games since 2003. But, you know, we can't, I don't think we can truly fault someone all that hard for the crimes of for the crime of being ambitious, you know? But this definitely feels a lot like very old Castlevania in that things are slow, in that everything is slow, and in being slow, it actually ends up being frustrating to a very significant extent. Just because you need to kind of commit to your moves, but giving me all of these like guard evasions, all of these like, yeah, guards and evasions and strategies to move around the arena doesn't actually matter when the lag between an attack and guarding is so long. Hello? Please? That's not good. These hangmen are acting more like zombies than the zombies are. Well, I am doing just great. Yes, thank you. If I'm gonna get stun locked to death here, I'm gonna be mad. Amazing. Square, triangle, square. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, like, guarding doesn't do anything because I, like, this, being able to do this doesn't actually matter because if I'm lagged out from how long, the rest of the thing takes, then it's not gonna actually affect me at all. Because I just die. Really? It's only 7 years? Was Lords of Shadow 2010? Weird. I thought it was 2013. Okay. Ooh, that is one of those juicy questions. Okay. That was rude of it. I'm not interested in falling down there, because that looks like it's an unpleasant time. So now we get the great game mechanic of wait for the moving platform to come back, because it didn't warn you that it was a moving platform. Anyway, Reed, it's a super good question, and one that I obviously wish I had better answers to. Oh boy, I'm gonna be reliant on the ability to navigate onto a moving platform in 3D space with a fixed camera. Gee whiz! That went about as well as I expected. Skeleton flowers. Okay, we haven't seen one of these I haven't seen one of these in a long time in the Castlevania game. Alright, only the end of this is actually gettable. Ah, got it. Oh, he's basically a bone dragon. Okay. Understood. I don't know why it's not called a bone dragon, but it's not a bone dragon. Is the monster similar to the legally distinct from? But yes, 3D platforming in a Castlevania game is a rough time. Platforming is hard enough in the 2D Castlevania games. I'm not exactly a fan of it in 3D ones. Woohoo, my $1. Anywho, we platformed badly and so we gotta fight new enemies. I guess. Oh no, what a tragedy. I actually want to wait for the thing to come back, and please come back fast. I have places to be. Ah, damn it. I thought that was there. Dang. Blast. Fine. Yeesh. We'll go this way. New room. Anyway, that was a really good question to me that I completely ignored in the interest of playing the game. Not playing the game any better, just playing the game. So, ah, crap. Is that an Oni? Red Ogre. So the monster is similar to the legally distinct from an Oni. Probably don't want to get stuck in this. Oh my god, I perfect guarded that. Get dumped on. Oh, he's a Cyclops. Okay, he's not an Oni. Truly the most easily identifiable of differences. Okay. Run. Run, 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 run. Two directions to go. No, we'll take on the big question now that I have stopped having issues. The fact that this is a fantasy game that is vaguely set in a historical time, but really is just Gothic literature, the video game, really does have a big impact on how we can and should understand it as and the ways that it influences people's ideas. Because overall, like, it's not, as you said, it's not interested in being historically accurate, it's not pretending to be, and it doesn't, it is taking part of a long tradition of understandings of a romantic past, and applying that to try and be a, well, not a very aggressive horror game, but a horror game. So, we can't really, to that end, one of the things it does is it draws on a whole lot of mythological monsters from all over the place. We're not seeing all of them, or most of them even. Is this a boss fight? I suppose I should probably save if this is a boss fight. So, I think in terms of what this does for like how we understand the Middle Ages and what we should think and how it influences the ways people think about it. I think it doesn't do anything different in our understanding than something like, well, Dracula itself does. Oh, interesting. So we've got what is essentially the Ring of the World, represented by what is clearly a sea serpent, but it's also an Ouroboros with 4 heads, which is super duper interesting, but weirdly, like, we're not ready to actually do the fight yet. Whatever stone giant here we are going to face has not woken up from his slumber yet. Indeed. Yeah, so really, I mean, ultimately, this game so obviously lampshades its fantasy horror bits and its influence from the metal genre that I think, obviously it has consequences, because everything has consequences. But I don't think those consequences are all that severe, because anime pretty boy versions of the Middle Ages are pretty easy to identify as anime pretty boy aesthetics instead of being a genuine reflection of some kind of medieval-ness. Heyo! More HP. I will never say no to more HP. So interesting. Within this alchemical room, or this whole alchemical lab, that's been overall quite dark and naturalistic, what we see here is a very kind of different, more properly gothic view of alchemy. It still has alchemical influences. The seal in the center of the sun and moon here is very much gothic-y, but overall, like, this feels like a much different space, and I don't know, it does feel more sacred, even though looking at, you have like geometric diagrams here, and this, so still is relating itself to alchemy in some of these things, but while also creating a much higher, brighter, literally wider space, which is, I think, worthwhile to be thinking about, and just even within the context of all the science, there still is room for making sacred spaces without breaking the aesthetic. Because while these are two very different feeling areas that we've been in so far, it is also still two parts of the same castle, and with something resembling an overarching relationship between them. So, you know, super interesting castle design. Obviously, on a raw architectural sense, it's pretty much total nonsense. I don't think that's exactly the spiciest take in the world to say that wherever they are getting these... Ah, crap, it's more of these bastards. Explode, please. Yeah. They juggled themselves, I did nothing. Huh. Again, I'm not sure where they're getting all of these designs from, but they're putting a lot of work into these floor designs. And that's interesting to me, though I do not at this point know what to make of it. And into the next room. Oh, that's a griffin. Or, oh, flame demon. Interesting. Come on, please. There we go. Killed one. Killed two. Hey, I'm starting to maybe get the hang of this combat system. Ow. Hey, come on. 2, 3. Got one. Come on, let me get him. Yeah. Perfect. Flame demons. Turns out they're complicated. Once again, we run into one of the limitations of this game, and it's something that I hope Lords of Shadow did better. Is that, you know, there's a limited number of assets available, and so they're just repeating the same rooms over and over and over again. And while they're well-designed rooms, it is pretty obvious that they're being reused. And they really want to make sure I've got plenty of hearts going into each area, because, my god, they just keep giving me corridors. Oh crap. Dang it, I tried to dodge that. Yayo. As long as it's not lagging, it's actually... The complaint I had of not being able to dodge and not having any, like, value in dodging, seems to be a lot less the moment that you're actually able to, like... I don't know... play without lag. Because suddenly you can actually, like, respond to things as they are happening. That seems to me to be pretty useful. So I'm going to walk out of that room, walk back in, see if the floor respawns, and then try and move faster. Dang it. I actually don't know if there's if there is an exit to try and get to on that. We'll have to check. There is another exit, I just have to be fast. I'm emulating it, so just out of necessity. I can't run OBS through OBS 2, and I don't have a capture card. I don't think I got this. I don't think there's a way for me to sprint faster. Yeah. Yep. It definitely is possible that it is just entirely an emulation problem, in which case fair play. But there's without a doubt a whole lot of emulation problem going on right here. Hey, let me go through. Okay, bully them out of the way, let's just run. Run. And off we go. Anyway, I hope you guys are all enjoying this so far. I am greatly enjoying this. As ridiculous as Leon is, he's also... I'd be lying if I said it's not a little bit cool. And it's fun to play Castlevania games, even... Like, Castlevania is just a fun game series. They really understand what is making themselves good. When the scorching statue is frozen, the defender will crumble. Okay. Well, I know where that refers to. I should not try and fight this guy, though. I don't really see... I don't think I've got a lot of value in it. I'm just gonna leave. Oh, wait, am I locked in? I'm locked in. Ow. Hello? That was not the button. I told you guys, I told you to do that. Thank you. And dead? Yeah, nice. And you are too close. There we go, bully you into a corner. Heal. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super worried about plot in a Castlevania game, you know. The plots are alright, but they aren't the point. To be honest, I am mostly here for the cool medieval aesthetic. And you know, Castlevania operates with this absolute huge mess of ow, walked straight into it again. Huge mess of medieval-ish stuff. And ends up adapting like monsters from all over the place. Like a late game enemy is a Cthulhu. Like, that's not... That's... a... Well, it's a reskin of a Gorgon, in the, like, Symphony of the Night, but... Like, those aren't medieval, but they aren't... It doesn't really matter. They're pulling from all sorts of folklore traditions that they can kind of spin a horror aesthetic out of. And that's okay. It knows what it wants to be and it succeeds in being that, so there's not really room for a whole lot of misery about it. Okay. Sure, if that's what you say it means. Don't do drugs, kids. I think that's what the conclusion that they wanted to take away from that. Well, one more. Why did the music change? What am I fighting here? Ah, crap. Flame demons. That's what I'm fighting here. Ow. I was supposed to let that hit. Of course it did. Nailed it. I got a perfect card. Nice. And another HP up. Cool. That was good progress. I don't think that has anything valuable in it, so let's get the heck out of here before things go worse. The favorite enemy in this game so far... I don't know, a lot of them have not been, like, horribly interesting as individual enemies. But some of the, like, skeleton boys have been actually quite engaging to fight. Like, the Astral Warrior is comical because nothing personnel, but at the same time, is actually a reasonably fun fight that gives you enough time to react to itself. Oh hey! Look at that! It's the thing from the beginning of the game. What? Seriously? I'm gonna have to start over because there's no way I'll make it after flubbing the first thing. What? Fine. I thought I reset the timer by doing that. Seriously? Hello, 3D platforming? Anything? Least favorite mechanic that is not lag is clearly the 3D platforming, because, oh my god. What is a drop shadow and why do you need it? And I lose. Because you have to be perfect. Seriously? Oh my god. Yep, not making this one. No matter how fast I run, I don't think I can make this one. Shame. Luckily there's no fall damage in this game, so... The art doesn't look super medieval. I'm not exactly focused on the art read. Sorry. I'm not paying the most attention, but... I would roughly agree that it looks later. Yeah, that's definitely later. That's... I don't know. Maybe you can make an argument for early modern, but realistically I'd say that's almost... Yeah, early modern I guess. Maybe 15th century, but I'd say maybe either the very end of the 15th or 16th centuries. It's just my rough kind of gut feeling. I don't have... Hey G, is it the letter E? Because it is a tablet with the letter E. Who's ready to go fight a boss now? Let's go. I should farm up hearts. Just throw axes at him over and over and over again. Lots of axes in this process. Yeah, and then there's like this telescope thing, which implies that the whole lab is also an observatory. which, well, the study of the stars is a totally valid part of alchemy, and of alchemical thought, the treatises often overlapped quite significantly. I don't know that a mystery lab would be the go-to place to do that. 73, 75, 77. Okay, I am one heart short of max. I am now at max. I want to go down though. Don't want to go over there. Down the stairs we go. Okay. Through the door and then straight across. We'll stop in the save room on the way so we don't have to redo progress if I am bad. I'm gonna try to not be bad though. I'm not far enough over. For some reason I thought I needed one more... Oh right, because the guy can get through this hell room. No one likes this room. And... save. And then we'll do a brief kind of like 20-minute, just take a look at each thing, each of the other 3 levels, and just kind of see what things we see. Cause, you know, with 2 radically different areas already, I think we've got plenty of room for, 3 more radically different, fragments of medieval-isness. E. Let's see what boss they've got here, and are they going to call it a golem or not? Anyone want to take bets if they call it a golem? Ow. Rude. Gee whiz, who could have predicted this? Note for your fantasy games, like, don't do this, don't make your, hello? Spam? Spam, please? Paralyzed? Well, that just whiffed. But these are really, really good, against it. Like, I am kind of melting him. Huh. So I don't love this boss fight. I don't like the horn sounds. I don't really think this is a terribly engaging boss fight, but in the first place. But I don't like the fact that it's adapting things out of a living edition. Oh wait, you're not dead yet. Oh yes you are. Okay. So. And I... Oh, no, you just lost an arm. Okay. Ow. That was with me blocking, by the way. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. This is gonna be a lot worse, because I need to... Ow. go over here and slap this thing a bunch. Heyo. Ow. Once again, I did not actually dodge the thing, I just kind of tanked it. That's fine. There we go. Actually dodged the thing this time. Progress. Getting better at the video game. And one more should do it. Nope, it'll take one more after this. Because I'm not gonna just DPS check a golem. I tend to lose, as I just demonstrated. I'll be curious if it claims I have one more fight to do. With the one more phase here. It doesn't feel, okay, it is done. That was a very anticlimactic end to the fight. The end of the first phase sounded or felt better than the end of the second. Anyway, we win. Let's get out of here using weird teleportation portals. Weird teleportation portals, it's, well, frankly very Zelda, but also is something the other Castlevanias do, with their letting you warp it around the map. And something that is generally weird. And back into the castle. We've got 3 more levels. We've got 45 minutes. So we should be pretty well set to just kind of bounce into each one for a little bit. And then make our way back to the entrance and at least get a chance to hear and see what on earth is going on with the music and kind of aesthetic of each level. Even though there's a lot of game that I am missing right now. Whee! So, level 1, level 2, level 3. Hey look, it's Baphomet. We don't know what this is, so let's find out. Ooh, I love this music already. This music is exactly my jam. And I want everything to die so I can actually enjoy the music. There we go. Oh no, don't want to leave. Not yet. Okay. Cool. Okay, I totally blocked that, that's fine. I guess. And ghosts. With a garden space, theoretically. Theoretically, there's a garden here. Don't know where that garden is, but theoretically there is one. With another door that we can't get through because we need to do 3 MacGuffins. I mean, the vibe I'm getting from the music is very dance-like, very ballet-like, so... But as to where this is actually coming, what tradition this is actually coming off of, I don't 100% know. Haven't seen enough of the level to really say. It is a waltz, yes. It took me a moment to actually check that, but yes, it is. Absolutely, 100% a, like, rock waltz? Is that a genre? Get absolutely dunked on. Oh wait, you stood up again. You're not supposed to do that. I'm allowed to. Oh, hey, I did the thing again. Nice, that just spikes people. I like that is a really satisfying sound effect. Wow. They definitely got the whip crack to sound right on that. But yes, this is very much a ballroom, and it all is an this is all, I guess, intended to be an outdoors, or mostly outdoor space. Kind of like the interior of a, like, university, inner college, kind of courtyard garden thing. The only sad thing about that is the thing that is this whip crack is kind of like my default combo now. Just because it's the thing I've been doing for the most DPS, and now they gave me a new combo that ruins that. But yeah, it's all very much an outdoor, like they did say it was the Guardian Forgotten by Time. Huh. Winged helmet. Neat. A very, like, Roman style of statue, though. I wonder if I can push it. It looks like it's pushable. With the power of spamming whip shots at people, or spamming a whip at people, it becomes pushable. And that is the first of the random MacGuffins, is that we have to do statues. Okay. Yeah, so I think identifying this as an actual ballroom is actually not... not the ideal place to be looking for the comparison point. Though it is a... is a not completely nonsensical one. But at the same time, it also isn't. It isn't right. Though the music definitely communicates that, which is weird. I don't know. Not 100% sure what to make on that, what to do with it, but... it's at least something, right? Uh-huh. Oh no. Oh no, why did you do that? Why have you done this to me? Why have you done this to me? You know what? Nope. Screw it. Nope. 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 We've seen enough of this level. You don't need to see anything more of it. We'll take a look at the floor here. Oh, I actually really like this floor. So this kind of super ornate thing on the floor would not really be done in the Middle Ages, like, just out of pure practicality, like, you don't do it, because you walk on floors. Obviously, there are exceptions, like, mosaics, from the Roman period are, of course, seriously? Like, that doesn't catch? Are sometimes made on the floors, as are Byzantine, and I guess even, like, medieval ones, though there aren't as many of those. But just kind of a relief carving is not great for floors, because you walk on them. Yeah, screw that. But for providing both visual interest and kind of communicating another sense of this being the kind of sacred, this feels a much more like Roman-esque sacred garden space, which would be far closer to, far more right for the, for what century we're actually in. Though the level of detail is still Gothic. It's just the specific designs. Some of the specific designs are feeling relevant. You were given a new name, an evil stabber. Indeed. Truly. Ah, yes. And he dies to death by spraying blood absolutely everywhere. I did notice, we don't actually take bleed when we take damage. We just get this weird, like, purple whack on us, which is super odd. Oh good, a rosary. Get dumped on. And we got the map. Cool. There's a save point over there, or we could just make our way back to the entrance and go check out a new area instead of going through all of this. There's a lot of that. Yeah. Let's head back to the entrance for the sake of being able to well, no, we got plenty of mystery cards, don't we? Just want to check. Do I actually have any? No, I don't. I have no cards that let me go back to the beginning, so I've got to walk back. So let's do that correctly this time. Not by continuing to progress. Progressing deeper into the dungeon is not the same as, Ow. I mean, thank you for knocking me over here, which is where I was trying to go. Or like, ow. And as we keep going here, we have a save point, or the path we actually want to go, which is back into our own rooms. More Astral Warriors and Buckbeard. I'm not sure what this is, what this palette swap is supposed to be or do. But it sure is causing lag, so let's... please. Please stop it. Yes. Cool. Good. Thanks. Very cool of them. And let's see. Yeah. Again, a lot of this art kind of like reminds me of Roman relief sculpture, a little bit more than medieval ones, though some of the content is still very much like Gothic-y. So, there's a lot, again, like our overall aesthetic is not intending or trying to be really any specific thing or time or place, and they are making no effort to, in my estimation, they are making no effort to have this place or have the 11th century setting actually matter to this at all. It is truly just a Castlevania game. And it looks and plays like every other Castlevania game, except this one is a little bit more Devil May Cry-y. So, on that great fun note, let's head back down to the castle and take a look at our fourth area. There's the garden. We don't know what here is, so let's get going. One super weird thing of this game setup that, unlike most Metroidvanias, the Dark Palace of Waterfalls. Huh. One very weird thing of this game's design is that, you know, most Castlevania games are kind of specific in how they're approaching level design, in that there are a whole lot of interconnected levels, and you travel between them, and as you do, you gain new abilities that let you traverse more of the castle and lets you figure out everything. This game does none of that. This game does absolutely zero of that kind of stuff. Instead, it just focuses entirely on having 5 self-contained levels to go off of. And, you know, once again, like Symphony of the Night, looks like its cave levels, it communicates kind of the sensation of the idea of water, I guess, through a lot of through a very jazz track flair. But the design here is actually quite interesting. I want to see more of it. Oh good, Sahagins. Oh, they're just called fishmen in this one. Okay. Fair play. Ooh, is that jazz organ? Yes, it is. Cool. So, this music is awesome. What else is there to say about it? The music is rad. It's alternating between this kind of chill jazz track and this huge organ section, and I love both. Gee whiz, is it an ice demon that plays almost exactly like the... I can't mash out. Hey, sword, can you not? Ow. Dang it. Okay, of course it does. Hey look, it's the Frost Demon that plays exactly like the Fire Demon, but ice. Hey, nice. Huh. I actually have, like... These actually, like, do stuff. Oh. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. I'm enjoying that. The paralysis is alright, it just... The controls... it uses a DualShock controller, but does freaking nothing of interest with the entire second joystick. And so, ultimately, what you need to do is you just need to wiggle really aggressively in order to break out of the paralysis. Anyway, enjoy that before I'm like chained up in a very strange position. They are really liking their Baphomet Satan, with the Goatman head, but also I stopped here last time for a moment because, oh crap. Indeed. Because of the griffin. There's griffins lining all the pipes, and the way they are put in pure side relief actually feels Persian to me. Weirdly enough, just more places that they are pulling randomly, a little bit randomly from. That one feels Persian. Indeed. Wow, that hits a lot. That hits for so much damage. Holy cow. Dash Box, absolutely. I am a big fan of Castlevania. Aria of Sorrow was the first one I actually beat. That was the second. I owned the original Game Boy one first. So, I mean, I'm loving some of the stuff it's doing, and some of what this game tries to do, and I mean, I feel like this game is really a little bit more ambitious than it necessarily has the skill to pull off, but that's not a bad thing. Let's see. Oh, a classic. Ow. A classic that we should just walk straight into. Fine. Be boring and careful about it, I guess. Sheesh. I swear, they don't want anyone to have any fun. Oh, Symphony of the Night is actually on the list of games to play, Dashbox. Like... the reason to play it, though, is... or one of the reasons to play it, I guess, is for the large density of mythological monsters that it includes. Less so than for any particular reference within it. Because Castlevania games, as you're seeing, have a whole lot of... Well, actually, you see a lot fewer of them in this one than you do in most Castlevania games. But regardless, you're seeing zombies and revenants and mermen and golem and all sorts of stuff. Thank you for the MP. Your time will be... Huh. Look at these very clearly monks, very clearly holding candles. And there's very clearly something fight. Indeed, and we need some kind of... something to break up the water flow here, so that then we can access the boss. I can't believe I managed to run straight to the boss. Yada yada, run past the merman. Anyway, the impact of all this fantasy, or all these mythological elements in the context of a gothic horror setting is less to say anything about any one specifically, and more about, I think, the confluence of very many of them. They don't seem to really be very good at this whole fighting me thing, do they? Ah, I almost got a first try. Are you proud of me? I almost managed to do a 3D platforming whip section on the first try. Anyway, so yeah, the... Ow. Could you not? You guys are like bone wheel skeletons, but not as scary. Anyway, how do I get back up? Oh, I can just jump up. That would be how. I'm grateful that I do not put too many consequences, or too many consequences except just annoyance at failing to do this. But there is still plenty of annoyance at 3D platforming. Ah, we did it. Wow, I did it again. And guess what? They're having us traverse the same area a third time. So that means when you fail, that happens. And that is our sign that we are going to, instead of doing this, we are going to start our backtrack through the sewers in order to get through. Now, one thing that I can say is I actually don't despise the idea of there being these kind of sewer or aqueducts. I guess aqueduct is probably better than sewer in this context. Regardless of some kind of decorated, of some kind of aqueduct section here. Ow. Could you please stop? Like seriously, just stop. That whip? Damn. There we go. Finally. So we're gonna start a backtrack to see what the last area of this game looks like. Obviously we don't get to see the final boss, but you get to see what another area does. Anyway, so. Ow. This is why I bought all of these potions. Because I am not very good at the video game. But, anyway, some kind of underground aqueduct area. Well, this definitely has echoes of, hey, look at our... Look at this whole area of just people frustratingly doing having cults or occult worship things in the whole bleh, words. Frustratingly having weird occult worship sites inside the sewers underground. That's weird. The inherent idea of there being some kind of underground aqueduct to be leading water in towards a castle is not inherently a bad one. There were underground aqueduct systems in the Middle Ages built in England that are quite advanced through a series of underground pipes. Nothing this big. The scale is very fantasy aqueduct, but series of underground pipes to get all the way through, without a doubt, exist and are a non-zero part of how medieval people could get clean water in even a situation where they are not necessarily close to a well or water table or any of that stuff. But yes, there's a lot of secret cult stuff. Whee! And now let's go out of this beautiful dark brick, which should be glazed or painted, but beautiful dark brick, and go see what our last area is. One more area, we got about 15 minutes, so we'll spend maybe 10 minutes here and then we will wrap up, closing thoughts, etc. The Ghostly Theater. Oh boy. So now we are going straight up into more modern stuff, because I'm sure the music here is going to be very organy, very operatic, and you know, that'll all be extremely suggestive of, well, opera, that 18th century thing. However, because this game can't or is choosing to not have its levels be interconnected, so you progress naturally from one to the other, they aren't able to tailor the enemies, at least in this first room, all that carefully to their situation. But JRPGs freaking love theater. At some point I want to do some Final Fantasy VI stuff, probably as a YouTube video instead of as a... Ooh, harpsichord. Yep. I want to do some Final Fantasy VI stuff just to either write in or probably a YouTube video more so than a stream. Just to talk about the whole framing device of it as an opera. Because that feels really interesting and significant to me, like... there is something to be said there that has not necessarily been said well yet. Yoink. Get dunked on. Exactly, right? The vampire castle is too nice of a place for secret cult stuff. You gotta take that to the sewers. Hey! That's a cool thing. So this boss looks extremely Greek. Or Roman. But, you know, thing theaters actually did as a way to increase their prestige and their fanciness in this kind of heyday of 18th and 19th century theater, is, well, frankly, steal. Well, I can't hurt you. so I can't. I don't have somewhere else to go, game. What do you mean you aren't going to let me? You know, if this is gonna work, I'm gonna be deeply amused. I'm sure there's a much easier way to get through this. But it freaking worked. Oh god, that guy's electrical. Spooky. I have no idea if that was an intended thing to do, but that's what we did, so we're gonna take it and run. Anyway, ooh. So this area, being the most explicitly modern, is also carpeted, which I think is the first time we've seen full carpeting in the game. And look, you're hearing, again, very operatic, very modern music. So, I think there's a few different places to which we can kind of draw some extent of a reference here. With some degree of success. So as I said, apparently it's just that Japanese media kind of really likes opera. The Final Fantasy VI frames itself entirely as if it is an opera. Which is weird and cool, and is an aspect of that game's narrative that I think often gets overlooked in the midst of all the other good things about Final Fantasy VI. Because there's just so many good things. It's a good game. But I think also there's something about the reception of the European Middle Ages in Japan specifically that likes opera and links the two together. So it is through opera that the European Middle Ages first find their biggest foothold in Japan, specifically the works of Richard Wagner, who was a terrible person. We should not be happy about being the introduction point, but, you know, it's what happened. His Ring Cycle was incredibly popular in Japan and sparks a big wave of interest in specifically Norse stuff, but also broad medieval history. And it continues, and it comes from other influences, but I think there is something to be said for how that is our first point of contact is as in Wagnerian opera, and that the Middle Ages and opera should be linked together through those, I don't think should be perceived of or understood as something surprising or unusual. It's kind of a fundamental part of the aesthetic. I mean, we already heard a lot of operatic, kind of symphonic metal, which itself draws on opera, but symphonic metal stuff in the game. So there's a lot of points to which I mean, it definitely feels like we're supposed to do it that way instead. Me. That's not what I wanted to do. I was doing so good too. That definitely feels like the correct way to do that. Ow. As I immediately walk onto, or walk into it again. Here's a point where I really wish we didn't have a fixed camera, because the fixed camera is causing issues. The puppet show is also one that shows up a lot, and to me, I wonder, yeah. I wonder if that's related to Japanese, to, you know, kind of shadow theater, and puppetry being already a culturally resonant thing in Japan. And so, it being easy or in some way resonant to have those work together. Oh no. Oh no, that's just kind of a wandering thought that doesn't quite have a home yet. Because puppetry, I mean, puppet shows are popular from numerous places. It's not like it's uniquely or exclusively... Huh. Nice. Oh, sorry. There it is. We finally got that classic design. Or that classic. Accessory. Indeed. Hey, we haven't seen generic zombies in a while. Yeah, there's something I don't super like about this game. Relative to most Castlevania games, this has very little, enemy variety. Ow. Could you not? Could you not, though? Like, you'd be allowed. But, yeah, there's very little enemy variety in this compared to other Castlevanias. Which makes some sense that they're trying to put a lot of detail into these models, which is making it hard for them, I think. But at the same time, you're not getting nearly the net of mythological references that you get in, like... Ooh, actually, I'll take that. Just to see what it does. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is what we call a good time. And the operatic oomph controls. And yeah, they're not able to customize it enough. They're not able to do anything interesting. And I think the lack of enemy variety actually genuinely hurts the game. Both because it makes it less fun to play, but also because the network of mythological references is really important to Castlevania. Like, that's an important part of the thing. Ow. So... it is... well... it is, to some extent, kind of a critical part, I think, of the Castlevania experience, that Castlevania has a good variety in enemy types. and that those types are all drawn from a net of mythological references. The reason why is that these references taken en masse all kind of communicate this kind of... for Castlevania specifically, I think is that it communicates some of its Gothic criticisms of Christianity by referencing all these things that, some of which are Christian, a lot of which are not. And in linking them all together in this Gothic horror framework, I think it accomplishes something about in how we should think about and understand the critiques this game is trying to make. Because it is, in many ways, just replicating tropes of like pseudo-Christian work, but at the same time, that is not in really any way inconsistent with the kind of words. Hang on. I need to finish putting this thought together quick first, while I finish fighting these enemies. So, I think I've got it. I think the net of mythological references does not just replicate the critique, but actually enhances it by referencing a huge network of other that you are ultimately destroying. You are reenacting kind of the harms of Christianity, even as this space is saturated in religious imagery. And so you're recreating these destructions, this loss, using something that happens to be emotionally resonant and easily available on account of having been destroyed. And so I think anything that minimizes the extent to which that is going on actually is doing a disservice to what part of Castlevania's appeal and power. Yeah, because remember, we are still Christian, and throughout the game, with exceptions, but pretty much throughout, we are to some extent, we are to some extent Christian. Certainly Leon is, and so it is kind of replicating that harm. We are destroying a bunch of non-Christian religions because we can, and because they are in our way, and off we go. And yeah, so it is very interesting. I super love I love how Japanese games are not afraid to get messy with their religion, because they obviously are. Castlevania, in terms of religious iconography, portrayal, relationships, is an utter mess. I am glad that it is willing to do that, because it is, I think, way cooler and better that a game does it than that it doesn't. Yeah, but, I mean, think about how scared most, well, like, AC Valhalla coming up soon is going to have a whole lot of mess of religion. It's going to be messy in a very different way than the religion in this game is a mess. And that is partly because the game is fundamentally different and is trying to do something different, but it's also because the cultural willingness to futz with religion and to make it complicated and pull influences and blend influences and really kind of lean into it, make it important, is a lot lower in the US than it is in Japan. And that's kind of a shame. There's a lot to talk about with Japanese games and religion. We might do it eventually sometime with some games, but it's not going to be within the next rest of this year. Definitely true. Anyway, it's been 4 hours, so we have seen all 5 main levels of this game, and that means that here in this nice happy safe room standing on this geometric thingy is where we are going to leave off this stream. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. Once again, if you did, do consider subscribing. New subscribers are only $4 for your first month, otherwise it's $5. And if you have Amazon Prime and link it to your Twitch account, you get 1 sub per month for absolutely free. So, doing that helps a whole lot on making this game just kind of, or help me keep making this show better. I just bought a new laptop, so I'm actually going to go set that up later this evening, so that we can dig into AC in significantly better quality with significantly less lag and significantly less ice pack time. But, you know, I'm significantly in debt from this, so all support is appreciated. It's never expected. I just want to make that clear, but it's never expected. You guys are always welcome. You guys make this so much fun. But if you want to help support it, do consider throwing follows, subscriptions, and telling your friends. As always, the VOD will be up on the YouTube, youtube.com, Ludo History. And make sure you follow me on Twitter and join the Discord to be notified of when streams are coming up. Next stream is going to be Fall Guys, and then we get started on Assassin's Creed 1. So next stream is Wednesday, 7 o'clock Central Time. That's November 4th. So I'll see you all then. And thank you all so much for this Halloween stream, and may it be spooky in the best possible way. Bye-bye.